Hey everyone, sorry about the 3-minute delay. We have some workers who just came to the house to fix a few things, and they're about 3 hours late, and they of course show up just as I'm about to start. But enough of that. Let's dive in. What am I going to be doing today? That's an excellent question. Let's get rid of this image that's covering up. There we go. Okay, so I'm here. One of the things you might notice is that, whoa, why is that? That's not showing what I wanted to show. That's a little bit better. So what am I going to be working on today? That is an excellent question. What I'm going to be working on today is working on the Writernaut project. The Writernaut project is I'll give you a quick tour of what the Writernaut project is. This is our current landing page, which is really outdated, and there's an email form that, I think there's still an email form. No, okay, so the email form is turned off. Basically, it's a markdown editor for writing books, and be it textbooks, fiction or non-fiction books. And in addition to being yet another markdown editor, it will actually build books in such a way that printers and ebook publishers, such as my company, feldroy.com, or Amazon's KDP system, and others can ingest your books more easily. And while there's these pieces are available separately, they're not that well combined. Actually, I take that back. There is LeanPub, but LeanPub is oops, I'm not actually showing you what I was trying to show you. LeanPub isn't really. I like LeanPub. I've tried to use LeanPub. The challenge with LeanPub though is that they have kind of a slightly older API, and they branched or they forked Markdown into their own system called Markua, which really locks you in. And I don't want to have people locked in. And lots of credit to LeanPub. They've done amazing stuff. I've used them. I've purchased from them, but just wanted to create my own thing. So that's what Writernaut is. Let's in just a second I'm going to get started. One thing, if I haven't made it clear yet, is that you can always ask whatever questions that you want to ask. That I am happy to receive questions. Ask any question you want. The only stupid question is the one that isn't asked. Okay, let's see how that comes up. Ooh, that's like not really visible. Let me see if I can change how I wanted to see how that particular style looked, and I don't think I like it. So there we go. That's a little bit better. It'll show up on white. I'll just have to use a white background, which isn't a problem because, and I'm gonna show you Writernaut just a second, or what I've written so far. Actually, I'm gonna do make async. So Writernaut is an asynchronous Django project. So if I just make sure I can hear when people follow and do other things. Oops, that's not good. I was working on a different project yesterday, and it is still running. So I need to figure out what's going on there. That is really funny. So this is for Every Cheeses, which isn't the project that I'm working on at the moment. I need to figure out where that's running. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to... Okay, now let's try this again. Okay, this is... Oh wow, that is not ideal. That is Writernaut, but it's without the toolbar up at the top. Let me force a login really quick. Oh, this is interesting, and I cannot remember what my password is. So this is why you should enter it into your okay, so let's okay, so I need to get the last one. U equals user.objects.get. Actually, we'll just get the last one. Okay, and then set password, and then we're gonna just do a simple I like to use a password tracker, like 1Password, just to make sure that I am using the right password. Let's see, or not that I'm using the right password, but just that I am okay, here we go. So I can do, oh, that's not gonna help. Okay, and then let's save. And now if I restart this server, and maybe it's under Daniel. What? I just... So it looks like I did the password. Hold on. Okay, so let's go to... I changed the admin's password. I'm still drinking my coffee, so please bear with me. Okay, so I'm in, and now if I go here, so clearly I need to force this to be a dashboard, that this is unacceptable at the moment, that this nav bar, which is so critical, isn't shown. And by dashboard, what I mean is we should have a landing page and then a dashboard. So I'm going to go ahead and implement that. Just going to... load up a couple things. Okay, I am ready. Diving in. Okay, so as I was saying, right now I have this. Uh, so if I'm logged out of Writernaut at the moment, this is what you get, which is my bogus stats page. And really, I should separate out the dashboard, which we see right here, which is what is used internally, with the landing page. So what I'll do, and for the landing page, I'm just going to implement something super fast and simple. The purpose of this is to literally be where new users come. Oh, I started working on this, and I think I stopped. Yes, I did. So, so we have some Tailwind UI. Okay, so I'm gonna, yeah. Hey, Fabio, how's it going? Yes. So I have 40 megabits per second, and more importantly, it's stable. So I'm actually, but it doesn't work on Wi-Fi. I have to connect with a wire to the router, which is kind of embarrassing when you think about it. But I'll take whatever I can get. If you know, if I have to. If I have to do it this way, I can certainly do it this way. Okay, so right now, if yeah, so there is no. This is home.html. What is home? Home, I think, is. Where is? I guess this will be under pages and home. And all that does is extends base.html. So that is what we're seeing now, really. And I think what I want to do is home.html. So I don't actually need. Hey, thank you, FI Stories, for following me. I really appreciate that. If you are new to Twitch, if you hit heart, that follows me. I know that Twitch isn't very clear with how that works, but much appreciated, FL Stories. Okay, so it is clear that if I look at this not home dashboard, I need this landing page. This landing page is is what I started to put in to replace our home. And so what I'll do is I'll actually change the URL. Actually, let me think about this. So when they come in, they should go to the dashboard. Okay, and we'll make that be home. And then if they, and we'll call that dashboard. Actually, we'll continue to call that home. Okay, just because we might already have home defined. Let's see if it is. I think. So homepage, so base.html includes home dashboard, that's fine. Okay, so there isn't anything navigating people to home yet, but that's excellent. So let's just think this through. So this we can call dashboard. And what we'll do is, and this is, the dashboard is where when you get logged in, you're going to be redirected to. Hey, Zhao1925, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yes, I co-wrote 2 scoops of Django. I didn't write it myself. Other people include my wife, Audrey, who wrote at least half of it, and she did all the art. And also a legion of contributors like you who, one there's attack reviewers and the other are all the people who contributed corrections and fixes and stuff like that. So, but I do, yeah, it's, sorry, I'm just waxing philosophically, I guess. Alright, I'm gonna stretch this out a little bit just because I'm playing around heavily with, and this, let's see if I can move this back. There we go. Okay, so because I'm going to be digging into URL design at the moment while I kind of figure this out. So I have a landing page. Okay, so that is landing page, that is the dashboard. So now if I go here, it should blow up, I guess. Where did well, maybe if I read my URLs correctly. And then let's put this at the top just to make sure that we don't run into any funny collisions. I know in theory this is really obvious, but I like to be clear. In fact, often I'll do like route and view, and people are like, why are you doing all this? And it's like, well, you know, I have my reasons. Okay, so whoa, it's clear what happened. But if I go here to the dashboard, we can see our dashboard. So this is good. So now what we can do is we can build the landing page. And for the landing page, we're using Tailwind UI, which is, so there's Tailwind CSS. If you're not using Tailwind CSS, you might want to consider doing it. Think of it like Bootstrap, but better. It's the next generation. I think Bootstrap 5, which just came out, is probably copying some of the patterns of this. This is CSS only. There's no JavaScript to render stuff. So it's just a little bit simpler. And once you get the hang of it, you know, there's a little bit of this learning curve. And then after a day or so playing with it, it just clicks and it's like, oh my God, I get it. The patterns, they all make sense. Whereas Bootstrap, the way that classes are defined don't necessarily follow a pattern. Maybe they fix it in Bootstrap 5, but Tailwind has this lovely pattern and it's systematic. The only library I've ever encountered that I thought was better was Semantic UI, and that absolutely requires jQuery. And as much as I loved jQuery back in the day, and I respect and appreciate it, jQuery is not what we're using anymore. So this is the open source portion of it. And then if you want to have a whole bunch of pre-built components, you can purchase Tailwind UI, which we bought for the company. And so what I'll do is, I think they had like a landing page. Here we go. Oh, it's not done yet. Well, I'll just oh, look at this. So I can just copy like this. And watch this. I'm just gonna go shrunk. Oops, hold on. I can copy. Copy paste coding. Oh wait, is this? Oh, that's the home dashboard, and then this is my landing page. So this should, now if I go to here, yes. So data to enrich our online business. So yeah, I admit it, I just copied the hero sections from from Tailwind UI, but you know, that's oh wait, we have to add features because we have to, like, let's see, we'll just copy the first one. Oh wait, we don't want images. A better way to send money. This one looks good. All right, wow, this Writernaut's looking really impressive right now. Sure. All right, if you're just coming in, I'm just building a quick landing page. That way, for Writernaut. This is not how it's going to be. What I'm really looking for, though, is this login link. I want to, like, when I pull this up, I want to go to login. So let's do that. There's login. Oh, they spelled it 2 words. And it's in there twice. So maybe there is a mobile. Come on, mouse. My mouse is disobeying me. Okay, well, I'm not gonna get too finicky about it. Let me just move this a little bit to the side so you can see what I'm doing. So this login, I don't know, you can't see my mouse, but in the upper right corner of the browser, I wish you could see my mouse. I was doing screen capture before. Maybe I should move back to that in my next stream. But see, let's see if I can highlight it. So up there in the upper right of the browser, you can see the login. I'm going to convert that into a login link. And then let's see, URL, and I can't remember what this is. So as always, we're going to, so here we go. We have a my profile, sign up, and then sign in. So I can just grab account. So it's account login. That's right. Okay. So okay, and then there's another instance of login here, and I'll just paste it there. So now, you know, when I start it up, there we go. So it's okay, so I have some form cleanup to do, but I don't want to do that at the moment. Okay. Hold on, let me pull up my password manager. So if you are new to, oh, it wants me to verify. Let's go to, okay, because I guess I haven't logged in this way. If you are new to if you're new to my stream, then I just want to say that go ahead and ask questions. I love questions. I love suggestions too. If you know, part of the reason why I've done well in my chosen career is because I encourage people to ask me questions. I will be using Django channels for this project. Actually, something I was looking at yesterday is the bread pattern. And bread, you've heard of CRUD, and bread is browse, read, instead of create. So CRUD is create, read, update, and delete. And then bread is browse, read, edit, add, and delete. And there's actually a library that supports bread. It's called Django bread. You can see here. Let me move hold on. I have to like sort through boxes in my. Okay, so here I know that the title says configuration. Let's see if it ever says. Oh, Django bread. So Django bread provides like a utility view for it. What I was thinking of doing though is creating my own async version of this open source project that did bread, and when you did edits and deletes and some other things, it would actually use Django channels to power notifications, and it'd be all like nicely abstracted away. And who knows, I might do it, but you know, and use channels for those notifications, but I don't know if I'm as much as I want to do open source, I have to pay the bills. So we'll see if I do that. But yes, sorry, I know it sounds like a tangent, but yes, there is going to be channels with this and async views. In fact, we use async views. I'll show you where we use them. Oh, hold on. Let's see. This is sending me to the to my user profile. I want to change that. I want to go to the Whoa! I see the problem. This is taking me home. I don't want that. I want to go to my dashboard. So let's go to what I'll probably be using notification channels for is for notifying people that changes have occurred. I'm using the WebSockets part. For the async portion, actually, I'm getting off on a tangent. I'll show that. Oh, I don't have any books with this account, and I haven't set this up to easily create books yet. I'll fix that, but first I'll stick in 2 scoops of Django, and okay, so now if I go here, you can see I've got 2 scoops of Django, and when I create a chapter, this, see where it says untitled, this is a chapter right now. It just, when you create a chapter, it literally, its action is to create a chapter. And as you update it, this is an update, and you can see the other elements happen. You can also see all these puts happening. When these puts occur, let's see, we have books, and we have this chapter API view. You can see here I'm using chapter API view, which I wrote, and may convert to having HTML responses, so I can, I'm playing around with David Hannemeyer Henson's of Rails and Hey.com and Basecamp, his idea of let's go back to server-side rendering. So instead of doing JSON response, it would give an HTML response. But the important thing though is here you can see that yes, this is an async view. And the reason why this is async is so that way, let's say this takes off. Let's say we have 1 million users who are all like jumping on board to write books with the system, and by making this update asynchronous, it means that there's, I know modern JavaScript is really good and isn't going to hang, but by making this asynchronous, it means that updates won't slow down the browser experience if someone decides to go to another page. They're not going to lose, you know, they don't have to wait for the JavaScript to finish processing. More data here. And yes, if you're wondering, excuse me, if you're wondering, this update field isn't really necessary. Like it's of no consequence. Blah blah blah. It works, but if I put the page over here, it says blah blah blah. If I go to, let's go to chapters, and if you can see there's more data here. I want to switch this version of 2 scoops of Django from Daniel to the current account I'm logged in as, just so we can see, so you can see this is a chapter, this is a book with more chapters, and I'm gonna need this for some of the work I plan to do today. All right, so where were we? I was fixing some dashboard issues. So right now, if I do click the dashboard, I'm going to go home. I want to change that. I'm going to go to the base of the project, and find where it says dashboard. And right now, it's in the nav bar. The nav bar is an include, so dashboard doesn't go anywhere. Let's fix that. Or it goes anywhere. It goes to the root of the project. Let me move this back. Let's see. There we go. Okay. All right, so is okay. Let's see. Maybe let me know if you can still see the code editor, just because I'm trying to play around with the sizes on the screen, and I want to make sure that y'all can see what I'm doing as I work. So let's go to drill. Dashboard, and there should be, yep, here's another dashboard. I can type. I can. I promise you. Okay, so right. So now, awesome. Now it goes to the dashboard. These are bogus numbers. I wish any one of these were true, and I need to fix that drop down. But I'll get back to that. And there's no library. Okay. So one of the things I want to do is when people log in, they should be directed to the dashboard. And I believe that redirect may be happening in the users module. So templates, hold on. Okay, so users update view, users redirect view, it goes to users detail. I think this is where people are going on login. Let's see where that's being called. That is, oh, that's not good. Hold on, let's go into settings. So one of the things with cookie cutter Django when I wrote it years ago, look, login redirect URL. That's not where I want people to go. I want people to go to the dashboard. So yeah, I forget why I originally made it users redirect back in 2014 when I first extracted and came up with some of the patterns for cookie cutter Django. There's a really good reason at the time. I think what it might have been that I was trying to show in Django like how to control where redirects were happening. I think that was it, and I intended to write about it a bit more, but the years have gone by since then. So now, if I need to like clean these pages. So now if I go and I log in, and let me grab the password from my password manager. I'm just doing a little bit of cleanup of low-hanging fruit. Okay, and then let's see how our tests are doing. Okay. And there's some stuff that I don't like that I'm seeing, and I think, oh, and we're down to 80% test. That's not good. I don't think I've edited any tests, and I already have this. I also have this, which I know how to fix, because I think it was here in Twitch a few weeks ago that someone helped me figure out what the problem was with that. So it's coverage RC, and then it is disable warnings. Let's see if that fixes it. Okay, so let's run the test again. Basically, I'm trying to get rid of all this cruft because that makes it hard to see the end result. So and I think that got rid of all the cruft, and that make command is here, and it's this something really simple, because I can never remember I can never remember coverage run PyTest. It just doesn't stick with me. But what's embarrassing is at the moment I have these errors, and not errors, I don't have the test coverage that I should. So maybe I should quickly actually I have a question. Should I have two things now that I think are a priority that I need to work on. One is tests, so that way when we need to upgrade the project or add features or fix bugs, we don't hurt ourselves. That's the first thing. The second, that's the first item is getting our test coverage up. The other one is I want to render out a book as like an EPUB or some other format. So hold on, let me start up the book again, or start up the site again. So what I want to do is be able to go here. I've got these chapters. I want to have in, somewhere around here a build button. So you tell me which one you'd prefer on, either me getting our test coverage up because it's embarrassingly low at well, I wouldn't say it's embarrassing, but it shouldn't be at 80%, considering this is a new project. Or should I do the build of stuff? Writing tests is writing tests using PyTest. That's the framework that we're using. So we'll get to explore some things there. And then to build out books, it would be some Django models, model queries, and use of pandoc probably, and wrapping that up in an asynchronous function that an async view would call. So just you guys, or you all you people tell me which way you prefer me to go. In the meantime, I'm going to upgrade our Django version while I wait for people to respond. And so let's see, we are on Django 3.1 A1, and I think, I know that, okay, so we get a release history. So we have the 3.1.beta1. So, did I spell that right? Yes. So I can do, let's see, I'm gonna create a new terminal. And so let's close this. .1.b1. All right, so Mithani says get the test coverage up. So far we have 1 vote for that. All right, so now we have, which I probably should have done. I should have gotten our test coverage up before I updated my Django version, right? Because that's one of the classic use cases of books. I'm gonna see if, so if we watch the, let's see how this, I'm gonna check how this looks. Oh, that looks pretty good, don't you think? Now if I can just widen this a bit. Oh, awesome. So, so I have 2 votes for it. Yep, code without pass is broken on design. Oh, the Skumar, I know who that is. Yes, so I am considering that I was there for Jacob's talk when he first said that. I should know better. So, okay, so test coverage it is. I'm going to get my tests up. Let's do it. All right. Okay, so let's start with some low-hanging fruit. Let's work on some of these model fields. These should be pretty easy. And let's see. So I'm going to... Okay, so need to go into Writernaut, and then we don't even have a test directory for us. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone that I don't have any tests for my project. So what I should do, the smart thing for me to do right now is to blame my coworkers. And Fabio, he's Luz FCB. If he's here, even though he's not, all he's done on this project is work on deployment, I'm still gonna blame him for for me not writing tests. Alright, so I like to include the init.py even though we're on Python 3 just to ensure absolute discoverability, and that also means that we can do relative imports of things like models. So yeah, we don't need the init, it just makes our life a little bit easier. And then so we have our model, and we're gonna need factory. Okay, so now you can see I have factories, I have test models, these modules are empty. I think we have, do we have any factories in here? Yes, we do, good, because I can never remember how to write these things. Like, I write them and then I just import them, I don't tend to deal with them too much after that. So now I can do, because I have the init, I can do, wow, they really do the model definition that way. That's interesting. They get the user model, they absolutely ensure that it is what it is. From the models, import book, chapter, and contributor type. Those are 3 models. Thank you so much for following Aniket Mathani. I can see your name a little bit more clearly, so I appreciate the follow. If you haven't done so yet, Arpit, thank you, awesome. If you haven't done so yet, hit the heart button. That means that you follow me, and it makes me feel happy. And when you do that, okay, so we're gonna start with the book factory because that's the model that we're dealing with. We can get rid of this, and we're gonna get rid of this because we're not doing that. We'll probably end up getting rid of some of these fields, and then I can do book and okay, so that's my initial factory, and then from dot factories import book factory, and then we can do def test get absolute rel. And what we'll do first is we will create let's create some fixtures. A fixture in PyTest, let me show you how to do a fixture in PyTest. PyTest fixtures in PyTest aren't like standard Python fixtures. They basically, for PyTest, oops, let me move that. Okay, so think of it. It's not quite a. So Django fixtures are really problematic in my opinion, because let me just make sure you can see what I'm looking at. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at this code example right here. Okay, a fixtures in PyTest they're non-deterministic. That means that every time they're created or used, they are new. And why that is important is because when you create a fixture, like the JSON stored fixture for Django, if you change your models at all, you're screwed. You have to regenerate those fixtures. That's why I'm very much against them, because I've had to I've been on those projects. It's been years, but I've certainly been on them where it's like, oh, made a change in the database. Now we have to go find every fixture and modify each fixture. And it's like, why are we doing this to ourselves? So yeah, what this is doing is well, you'll see in just a second. So here under test models, I can do book, and then I can pass in a book into my test, and then I can do assert book dot title equals, and this is how, by the way, this is how you write a test in PyTest. It's really simple. It's simpler than on the surface than unit test. That said, there are times where when you're writing PyTest style tests that you wish you had it. Oh sure, by max. So Gassam just asked me to maximize my editor. Does that mean you want me to increase the size of the text? Oops, maybe too big. How's that? Can you see better? Okay. Hold on, I'm just trying to play around with the editor. Okay. I'm gonna okay, and well, that's not very helpful. Why is that in dark mode? I'm looking for like a blank page to stay on. Okay, that's a bit better. Gossam, is that better for what you're trying to see? Okay, so now if I run my test, and I'm juggling windows around while I figure some of this stuff out. Well, I think that's a little bit too big. Okay, so just a little, hold on, I need to close the window. Hey, Kamran. Oh, hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Let me close the window real quick because there's construction outside. Okay. No, it's okay. Getting somewhere is good. All right. Sorry about that. Just talking to Audrey for a second. Oh, I need to, because we're doing, I need to grant database access. That's another complication when you're using PyTest. It's not a big one. So when you're using PyTest, you need to connect it to a database, and this is the command that you do it with. So now if I run my tests again, yes, pytest.markDjango.db, correct. Because I can never remember this stuff. People, and it's funny, I can remember code commands. Here we go. I'm just going to run the test part. What? So coverage. Run the M PyTest. Was that it? I think that's it. There we go. I remembered it. I remembered the command. Okay, so we have a the factory barfed blew up because there's this creator field that we use that's in the book model. and that's this right here. So I need to make sure that the factory includes that. So Gotham, everything should be tested. And I ran a coverage report earlier that we all had a good laugh at. Here I have for example, here's my book model, and there's 4 methods that are defined that don't have test coverage. So best practice is to have 100% test coverage. In reality, most professional projects will have 80 to 90% test coverage, and that's just because the reality of it is that sometimes you just have to get things done without tests. And also sometimes there are things that are just really, really hard to test. But best practice is, yes, to have everything tested, to not have any red marks. So let me I won't dispute that. Good devs should be lazy, and part of embracing your laziness is that having good test coverage means your life is easier. You have less work to do in the long run. The problem is that up front we're like, oh, I have to write tests. So, all right. So I need to remember, how do we add the, because I need to do like, actually I think it's in here. So they have post generation. That's not really useful. There's a way to attach that, and I've done this so many times. And let me think for a second. So I need to have like creator equals, you know what, we do this in Django Crash Course. So let me look that up. So someone just said something. Awesome, thank you for following. Okay, so I'm gonna like cheat this one a little bit. Let's see. There we go. I have to log in. Hold on. Because I have this documented, and I know exactly where I have it documented, so that's what I'm looking at. And I'm gonna look at the source code for... actually, no, I don't need to do this. There's a public place where we can all look at it together. So if you go to the Feldroy account on GitHub, and you click on Every Cheese, which is where I've been working on... this is our current workspace for the Django Crash Course book, and it's not there. Oh, I thought I had it. Last updated 2 days ago. Am I? Hold on. Let's. I know I've got this in here. Okay, so Django Crash Course. Let's see. Let's go to Every Cheese. Hold on. Models. And I thought I had this somewhere. I can't believe I've done this so many times. I have to have the code somewhere. One of the secrets of being a experienced developer is you have lots of sample projects. What's telling though is that I don't have a example of this, of what I'm looking for in Django Crash Course, and it should be there. So here's our user client. So they're just using a fixture, and they're just adding it this way. So what we can do, I know a way we can do this. So in the fixture, we can be, but that's not what I want to do. This is, let's see, we'll use real Python. Yeah, real Python's interesting because, like yeah, I guess we copy back and forth. PyTest fixtures. Are they even using factory? So they're using it within the using factories as fixtures. I'm not seeing it. Yes, I read really fast, so please bear with me. So they actually, oh, I see. So I think what people are doing, so traditionally I've done like things like book factory, and then sometimes I'll call it as a fixture. I think what they're doing is they are doing things a little bit differently, where they aren't using factories themselves, they're using fixtures as factories, and that's certainly an approach, and maybe it's a better approach. It's lighter and faster. So database creation, Django helpers, yeah, like I said, I read really fast, so this is let's see, so I can do creator equals, and then we also have here under users there's a factories, and so I can just create a user factory here. This is what I do. So I do from users dot tests dot factories import user factory. Wait a second, isn't it? I think there's something called a subfactory that I'll look into later. So I can do this. This should work. Okay, let's give it a try. Oh, we have to do it from Writernaut. Okay, now let's run our tests. And good, this is what I want to see. Oh, Heyman44, you asked a question a few minutes ago. You started learning Python, you took many courses, and you're familiar with the concepts, you just didn't know how to start making projects or where to start from, like to do anything useful. So, Heyman, there's several things that you can do. I like Gausam's suggestion that you buy our book, our tutorial book, Django Crash Course. That's what he's talking about, which is, here, I'll paste the link in here. If you bought that, that would certainly make my day. But one thing, like, think about simple projects that you can build, like a to-do list that you track to-dos. That's a classic example. We like cheese, and so Django Crash Course is about making a cheese encyclopedia, which I think is better than a to-do list. Of course I'm biased, but let's face it, cheese is better. A cheese list is better than a to-do list, right? Other things you could do is you could write let's see what else. You could make a coffee tracker, or if you like to follow a particular sport, you could follow athletes and list their stats and come up with an index. And the thing is from a practical perspective, this will absolutely build up your skills and make you a better programmer when you do this kind of thing. Well, there are times where a spreadsheet can do these things faster. That's for now. And a spreadsheet won't have the formatting of like the site that you're seeing. And it's practice. It's the fundamentals. But the important thing is that you do have to be, like, doing tutorials and stuff is great, but you absolutely have to be coding. And this is how you get to be good at writing code. I'm going to paste this in the link. Is you just have to code and code and code. Okay, so alright, Gossam, I appreciate that. Let me expand this. Gossam saying I need to increase the size of my editor. Let's see. Okay. Well, now, Gossam, thanks. Thanks for a suggestion. My desktop configuration for streaming is a little bit out of whack because I was trying to get it to work faster. So before I stream again, I will play with the layout of my screen to make it more legible, and not just worry about bandwidth, since the bandwidth issue has been corrected. Okay, so if we look down below, we can see that we have a failed test, and this test failure is intentional. Let's see, I don't need this file, I need this one, because I'm testing I'm testing the result of what I had. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure that I can discover tests. So now I will run my tests again, and I'll get a new failure. And in this case, there's, oh, look at that, reverse for detail not found. Detail is not a valid view function or pattern name. So we actually have a books detail. Do we have this view in, are we using this view in any way, shape, or form? And I don't believe so, because I think we commented out the detail view because we're not using that currently. So let me look at, so we have, that's right, we don't have a book detail view at all. So for now, the answer to this, because we are not using get absolute view in any way, shape, or form, is to comment out this code, but we are using get update URL, so I will test that. Test models. So now if I run this, the only problem is this is hard for me to work with. I'm just cleaning up my screen a little bit. Okay. Got out of the way, I can move. Okay, so now if I press get update URL, which is a URL that we do have, and now if I run the test, and here you can see that books 4 doesn't match this, so now I have to figure out the URL for this, and I think I have a pattern for that. Here we go. Okay, so this is what's happening. And this is also is gonna, yeah, this is should match. So what's happening is this book is a function that's being passed in. It's a PyTest function. So it's going to be rendered by PyTest for this assertion. So if we run the test again, you can see that we have a passing test. And if we run the entire test suite again, I'm going to see if I can bring this forward for you so you can see. You can see that this get update URL is now tested. So that is a really simple way to write a test. If I get rid of this and I run the test again, okay, and if I return back, you can see that now it has a red mark. So, and this is where it's tested. This is where it is not tested. So let's bring the test back into the code, and we can start looking at the next thing we need to test. So we need to test the title of the book, or test the str method. Oops, that's not the right way. So we can do book.str equals book.title. Okay, so now if we run the tests again, okay, and now if we return back, we can see this one's tested. So now let's do word count. This is going to be interesting. Let's do and word count is a little bit more tricky. We can do that. So and Eket said, why don't we test it? Sorry, I don't want to be there. Where were we? He said, why don't we do, I'm going to comment this out for a second. For our assertion, why don't we do assert, and then, this way works perfectly fine too. In fact, maybe we should just include it. These two things literally mean the same thing. So in fact, let's include it. And yes, it's testing the same exact thing, but it's good sometimes to understand how a particular function works. So either way works. I think I prefer this because it's a little bit more explicit, but it's like more explicit by the tiniest of margins. Either way, either approach is fine. Okay, so if we look at the word count property, what it does is it gets all the chapters for a book, and it gets a sum of that and returns the sum. And eventually we'll probably replace this with a field on the table, so we're not banging the database every time, but for now it's a cache property, and what we might do is this would go into like part of the saving process, but for now we're gonna leave as is. So with our book, we also need a chapter factory. You know, I think I can kind of see why people are like, oh, just you should just have a everything in everything as a in these PyTest fixtures. I think I like having it this way because if I do use unit tests for any reason, because you can use that with it, I don't know, I'm still figuring it out. But what I'll do is return book, and there are ways to make this, like this book factory, have a bunch of these chapters added, but this is just so much easier. Oops, for I in range 10, book, let's see, chapter equals chapter factory book equals book. Okay, so now when this happens, the chapters being created should each have, as if you look at, or when I look at my models, a chapter is part of a book. So this this should generate what we're looking for. And what we can do is we can do book word count, and then if we put in like 23, we might have to use a fuzzer to make sure that there's content in there, but we'll see. Okay, let's run our test. Oh, it didn't like that at all. Whoa. What just happened? So it's failed a bunch of times. Let's see. Book equals, maybe we can do book ID dot ID, see if that works. We're gonna run our tests again. And we're still getting, oh, I know why. This is embarrassing. So my chapter factory, yeah, that was gonna break. That was always gonna break. All right, so here we need a fuzzer for the body field. So every chapter has, so every chapter has this body field, and there's a way to make sure that the body is given that it's body equals, I'm trying to think, factory boy shaker, I think is what it is. Using factory boy with RMs. Maybe it's fuzzy. Yeah, this is it. Pretty sure fuzzy text. And so the length is 12, so let's try it now. And we should see that our the book word count isn't going to be 0, which is what we're seeing here. It's going to be a bit more than that. Okay, so the word count is 10, and I think it would be longer than that. So Cameron said I find sometimes getting a remote job as it's hard, even though someone's skills are pretty good. What are your suggestions about this issue? For starters, I think the world is in the process of changing. The challenges of finding a remote job are going to be different going forward because we're in the midst of a global pandemic that the only way that we control it, I mean, let's get past all the politics, the only way that we control it is through social distancing. So, and then there's that combined with the fact that the US's response to the pandemic hasn't been good at all. We have 4% of the world's population and almost 30% of cases. So all those jobs that have been locked up in US cities, now all those workers are remote. And so you have all these business types that are like, oh wait, I can run a company without my developers right underfoot, but I'm paying for San Francisco and New York and Berlin and London salaries. Why shouldn't I pay for salaries outside those cities? I can get developers just as good, because geography is not a good determination as to programming skill. It's a terrible way to determine how good programmers are. So I think the world's changing, and I think right now, and we're starting to see the effects of this. We're seeing big layoffs in some of the large cities, and we're seeing some of these companies as they emerge, and some of these new companies saying, hey, we're remote because we're not stupid. So I hope that answers your question. You tell me. So right now, our thing has... Okay, so enlarge my terminal window slightly. Oh, you can't. I see what the problem is. Hold on. I see. I had gone off the screen. Hold on, I'm adjusting. But there are some things that you can do to increase your chances of getting jobs. Programming skills are important. Knowing how to promote yourself is important. What's even more important, though, is communication skills. If I am really good at understanding accents, but not everybody is. So if you're trying to get hired at a company where the language is English or German or Spanish, if you don't speak that language fluently and with an understandable method of speech, it is just going to be harder to get through the interview. So one of the things that I counsel people to do is join a diction group in your area. If I've been learning Spanish, and I haven't done it in a while, but I used to be part of a diction group, and part of it was so I could work with Spanish speaking people, because right now my accent doesn't cut it, and there's a lot of business opportunities that we as a company could exploit. The same thing goes for writing skills. Cameron, your English writing skills are great, but you use full sentences. It looks like you use correct contractions. That's wonderful, but not everybody does. When I see, instead of YOU, I see you when people text me saying, hey, do you have work? And they say, it's written like this. Okay, let me post it in here. Do you have work? Hold on. How not to get a job. Yeah, so you get it. When that is not, but yeah, so absolutely following good writing practices, especially as the world goes more and more remote for our occupation, this is important. Hey, Mohammed, thank you so much for following me. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, so right now our length is short for this. I'm going to shrink this a little bit, and we're going to increase it to 10, and I know that I can add to the length because if I look at this field right here has a length. So let's see what happens when I write the test, when I run the test. Okay, so this isn't good. So right now word count is getting me 10, but each chapter should have a body of 10, so I'm not sure. Clearly I'm misunderstanding something. Simside, you too, thank you very much for following. If you're listening to this channel, you haven't followed, please click the heart star. It gives me warm feelings inside, and if once I get to what number of followers am I at? Hold on. I am at 202 followers. Wow, I was gonna say once I get to 200 followers I would give a dance. No, I'm down to 201. Someone doesn't like me. Once I get to 250 followers, I'll record myself doing a dance. That's what I'll do. Okay, so I'm not sure why this fuzzy text is only giving me 10 items. I'm not going to worry about it at the moment because I know that the test will pass, and we'll look into that later. Let's okay, so all my tests are passing. Let's test let's check our test coverage. Okay, so this is pretty small, so I will blow it up a bit. So as you can see, our models are up to 92%. Everything that we need to test in book is tested, so let's work on chapters. So we need to do, we're not using get absolute URL, so I can blow that away. Let me just shrink this down some so you can see me working on the test. Once we get the test done, we're gonna, oops, okay. And let's shrink it down a little bit more. So okay, so your speaking is lacking. Yeah, I know, Cameron, that there are numerous meetup groups in every world, in every city, or at least in every country, and I know that there are Zoom groups to do this as well, just to practice, diction in English, if anyone speaks Spanish, maybe who's listening now, then maybe we can get together. First, I need to brush up on my Spanish because I haven't practiced it in a while, and we can work on each other's Spanish diction. Because like I said, there's a lot of business opportunity that I could be taking advantage of, but I don't because I'm not being smart. Oh, I need to make these about the book, because now we're going to do chapters. Okay, so we can create another fixture. Okay, so this is my new chapter. And now let's we go here, I need to test the title. I'm just going to be really, really lazy and see how much I can get away with by copy pasting. All right, let's see what happens. Someone follow me. Nathan, thank you so much for following me. We are getting our tests in order. So function object has no book ID. So let me, if you hear baby crying, that's my daughter. Okay, so we're running the tests, and yes, so you can see I have, so this is what the URL is supposed to be, and this is what I'm getting. So it looks like I need to add the book to this, and then, because I think the way we define the URLs in an earlier stream is, this is the update URL for a chapter. That we list the chapters, the book ID, and then the chapter ID. So let's give it a try. Okay, so why did this really, that's really not good, because like this get update URL doesn't match this one. Oh, I know why. I don't want to pass in this book, because when I pass this in, this created a new book object. What I should be doing instead is calling the book object book record attached to that particular chapter. So I'm going to get rid of this, and we're going to run our tests. Okay, so now, oh, and we have to change this to say books. Let's see, it says books 48-284, chapters 48-284. Awesome, so now if I run the full test suite, hey Derek, I just saw that you're in the channel. Derek, that's Deek00. He is the moderator on one of the largest Django groups on Facebook. He's the lead moderator, or I guess he's the admin. And really awesome guy, and yeah. So Derek, I think I know the channel you're talking about. It's by a guy who's from Canada or the US and talks about learning Portuguese in Brazil. I think that's who it is, and it's a funny channel. Aniket, yeah, I have had developers tell me that their code is too complex to test or too important to test, yeah, it's an interesting world sometimes. You know, and then you sometimes get these people who seem to get enough trying to explain it. They get enough buy-in from management that they can pull off stuff like that. And yeah, I've had to pick up those kind of things so many times. I think chapter title is what we use there. So let's run it and see. Okay, so that's this, and then we don't have an absolute URL. So I think, let's see, models and chapter, because I think that's the case. Do we have a chapter? We have a chapter update view, chapter API view, book update view, and we do have a chapter detail view. Is it actually being called? No, it's not. So for now, I'm going to just comment this out, this get absolute URL, because we're not actually using it within the book. Once we get to people's libraries of books that they've purchased where they're actually looking at detail views, and that'll change a little, it might change. Okay, so we now have 100% test coverage in our models. Let's go to views. I don't think we're using the simple book update at all. I think that was part of my effort to explore. Yeah, that was part of my effort to explore how we write async views. And so I'm going to comment that out just because it's inconsequential at this time. So I'm going to go here and, all right. So we also have to do update chapter, chapter API view. So I'm working on tests right now. Do people want me to continue working on tests? I know what Annikit's going to say. Or I can work on actually rendering a book out, doing a first pass at that and doing that as an async view. I'm good for either one. If there's a strong direction to work on using the rendering the book and calling that asynchronously, which once you see how it's done, you'll be like, wow, that's so easy, then I'll switch to that. Otherwise, I'm going to stick with testing for now. All right, so my books view will start there, and so I'm not sure how to test this yet, this async view mixin, but I can test my books view very easily. So let's create a new, in our tests, we're going to create a new module, test views.py, and then from .factories, import book factory. Okay, and then actually we don't want to do that. We want to do that's what we want to do. Okay, so what I want to do is test, and this is my book view. So test my book view. Well, I'm gonna break PEP 8 right now. Sorry to hear that, Cameron. I'm guessing it came back because you're back with us. So we're passing in a book, and then I need to look up how we use request factories, because I can never remember how we do that in any tool, shape, or form. So we're going to go to the Every Cheese project. Cheeses, tests, test views, and so we need to bring in the request factory. Oh wait, we need to import PyTest. Okay, so I think, are we using the request factory at all? No, why is that even in there? That doesn't make any sense. It's something we'll have to do that. Thank you, Cameron. I really do appreciate that. She is our little darling. She is just learning the alphabet. She can say all the letters. Well, you say them with her, but she can say them. So we're so proud of her progression. I mean, I can assure you makes us feel very blessed that our daughter is able to learn that. Just so everyone knows, I didn't start talking until I was almost 5 years old, and I didn't start reading until I was nearly 7 years old. So one of the concerns was that, she was gonna be like that, and I remember not being able to read. I remember when I said my first complete sentence. So that she is progressing really quickly makes us happy. And I know in the long run, I don't think it makes too much of a difference, but as a parent, we're all like, everyone gets worried about it. It's just the sort of thing that we face as parents. Okay, so I need to import the view from .views, import my. I thought I imported from. I have to do another .up because I added the init. I can do this. My books view. So I can do view equals. Actually, it is response. I can type. I really can. Response equals my books view dot as view. Okay, this I'm gonna go over really quick. Actually, it may not be quick, but I'm gonna go over it. By the way, next time I stream, which will be on Friday, I'm gonna by then I'll have my green screen set up here, and so you'll be able to see me. And hey, Uma, and then my daughter might guest star. She's talking over there. Oh, thank you, Cameron. Yeah, I've had my challenges. Harder than some, easier than others. Okay, so the way this works, this is a request factory. The way this works is this request right here is generated by RF, which is a request factory, and it's getting the an HTTP request object. My books view, which is a class that's defined. Let's see, my books view. It's this class right here that's been defined. When we call here, it's a class. As view turns it into a callable object, a function, if you will, and then the request is passed in. It processes everything and generates a response, which is what we're looking at. If we're dealing with function-based views, this is what it would be. If let's say this is a function-based view that we call my base. So, the way that Django processes it's pretty close. And once you understand this, then class-based views and can exploit it, class-based views become much more useful and powerful because you realize under the hood, they're not that much different than a function-based view. But to really exploit that to its fullest potential does require experience with Django's implementation of this and object-oriented design. But it's not insurmountable. We're not talking about like, oh, this is a super, well, actually I guess technically it is an advanced technique, but everyone who does Django for at least a couple years can get them. Yes, it is exactly like how we use it in the URL. This is exactly what we're doing. So okay, now that we have this, we need to test the response. And if we look over here, this contains an assertion of assert contains, and assert contains, where is that? Where did we get assert contains from? Okay. And I'll explain the cert contains in a second. Okay. If you've done Django unit tests, you know that there's a cert contains. And right now we have it saying cheese list, but it should say F book dot title. It should say here is my here is my book title that it's in there, and this is basically like self.assert contains in a standard unit test. So now if I run this, and so it checks assert contains, says like, hey, is the status code oh, I didn't define reverse yet, hold on. From Django URLs import, I think it's in reverse. Yes, it is in reverse now. So let's try this again. Okay, so what just happened? What happened is my books view assumes that someone is authenticated when it's called. And if I go to the view, my books view, see it has login required mixin. Well, my test was naive. We didn't do any authentication of that. And I think the way that we got around this is we stuck in an admin user. Just because it comes as part of PyTest Django, and then here under requests we just attach the user as yes, it's so force authenticate. I've not used that. I've always just done admin user. I've just found it easier, but now I'm gonna look this up because it's always good to expand our skills. So I'm not seeing force authenticate in PyTest Django. Let's see if we can do a more global search. Alright, from REST framework, let's see. So that looks like it's part of force authenticate is part of Django REST framework, but we're not using Django REST framework. Fabio, I don't think Django Test Plus works with PyTest, does it? I mean, I like Django Test Plus, but oh, wow! Look at this; it does use it. Although this is using so this is using Django REST framework under the hood, but we're not using. We'll just stick with admin user, or maybe we'll define our own user object that's not an admin, just so we have more control over this. And we have a passing test, and if we run the whole test suite, boom, oops, oh, that's not good. Can't add file tracer, find measured file. I wonder, we'll have to look into what's happening there. But let's do coverage, HTML, and then, okay, so we've now tested this. Let's do the chapter update view test. Yeah, we can do that. So Cameron says we can set up a user to use with the other task. we could actually, that might be a fun thing to do together as a family. That because we have from Writernaut dot users dot task dot factories import user factory, right? So now what we could do is PyTest dot fixture, and we can do def user, and then we return user factory, right? So this will create our user, and then instead of passing in an admin level user, which could be useful, we just pass in this user factory that we just created. Let's see if it works. Oh, hold on. Okay, so wait, did that work or did that fail? Let's try it again. So it works. So all I did is I created this fixture for using the user factory, which we know is in our users module, and then yeah, easy, awesome. Well, thank you for encouraging me to do it rather than just leaning on the admin user. So, but that predicates another question. In Django Crash Course, should we write this out and switch people from using the admin user everywhere to using this custom fixture? You tell me. Actually, I lean towards doing it. If anyone opposes that, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to create an issue in Django Crash Course to use this fixture. Okay, so Cameron says it'll be great. I'm gonna go with Cameron. Actually, Cameron, why don't you open the suggestion, since so that way you can get attributed. Oops. Get attribution for it. Here, I'm gonna. So Cameron, if you could open that as an issue there, then we can give you, more credit in the book for stuff of contributions. But thank you for the encouragement of having me do that. All right, so we're gonna have a chapter. Okay, so we have request factory, user, and chapter, and let's see, so if we go to our views, so this is a chapter update view, and what is not being tested here is the success URL and getting a book. So let's see, so we have base, where are we? I got myself lost. Okay, so here we've, this is a chapter update view, so we need to get the URL. Chapter update view, where are you? Right there. I'm going to close some of these files just because we don't need them. All right, so okay, and I think we have to pass in words. Let's look at the URLs. It is book ID and PK. So book ID, book dot or chapter dot book dot ID, and then PK is chapter.id. Okay, so that matches the URL for this, which is looking for book ID and PK. So let's just make sure the test isn't gonna do anything. It's just gonna run. Thank you, Cameron, for making it. Let's go visit Cameron's suggestion. Oh, still waiting to see it. I thought, so here's a chapter. Fixture chapter not found. Did we not import the chapter? Oh, we have to import the chapter. Well, that is a problem. Okay, so it passed. We're not testing anything yet. We're just seeing that we can get our request in shape. And it is in shape now. So now let's chapter update view. Okay. Alright, so we have response equals as view, and then we pass in the request. Okay, and then once we're there, what we're looking for is in the views, so we have the get success URL and a book object. I think what we can do, and it's been a while since I've tried this, even before we get to there, did I not import the chapter? Yeah, I did import the chapter view. Let me see. Response. Huh. Let's do, I want to see something. Chapter update view dot get success URL. See what happens if I call that directly. Oh, that's the problem. Okay, so that's why we're having IDE failures. So let's run it again. Okay, so the argument that it didn't like is that book ID is not in the CRUD, but I thought we passed it in right here. So why? Let's see what happens if we get rid of that. So we're still getting that key error that the arguments don't include the book ID, and I'm guessing they don't include the primary key. Am I writing the reverse function correctly? Let's see if we go to what I'm looking for is the so here's test models and every cheese. I'm looking for test views. Reverse. Can you see what I'm doing? Yeah, you can. It's in there. So reverse. Yeah, I defined it correctly, so I'm not sure why. So reverse books ID. Let's try one more time. still doesn't like it. So here, it's working. We define the cheese slug. We have a book ID. This is under test chapter update view. Just looking to figure out what exactly is going on here. Oh, excuse me. Anyone have any ideas? Words. So we have, this is our URL name. This is our quargs. Sure, we can look at the views again. This is the view right here. And actually, hold on. If we look at the error is it's in the get object of it. So this is it right here. Also, I could rewrite this whole function. I could do I'm just going to make this a little bit easier to see. And then we can just get rid of all this. Whoa! Okay, so it's a simple get object or 404. Yeah, maybe the PK is missing. So here's the PK. It can't be order of operations. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's see. Still having the key error. Still under book ID. So I'm gonna do another trick, which is this should work. And what I'm doing is, whoa. So it doesn't like IPDB. That's fine. Hey, GDFXQ, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. If you know why my tests are failing, then that would be awesome. So we have a simple get object or 404 breaking because the arguments aren't seeing the book ID, and when we look at the view, when we use the request factory and we pass in the URL, we do have it. So let's just see if we're looking at some of code that we've used on another project. Let's break this down. This is something I've learned over the years, is if you have too much on too many lines, it's easy to make a mistake in a place you don't want to make it. So, okay. I'll widen this a little bit. And you can't see, yeah, you can see all of it now. Okay, good. So let's run the tests again. Sure, we can check the URLs. So we have book ID and PK. Yeah. Yeah, that's my daughter. We're not in a big place, so you get to join in on the stream too. we're getting the same error. This is the URL, book ID, PK, we're chapter update, still thinking. Let's start removing variables. I know that because maybe we have a bug somewhere else in our test. Oh, look at that. So it is here when as you is called. That's fine. And now I'll generate the error again. Because the keyword arguments are definitely there. I think we can do this to std out. Okay, now what I'm doing here is I think I'll be able to see the results of what I printed. Oh, thank you, Cameron, for opening that. Okay, let's see if we have a printed, and no, it doesn't. Okay, well that's kind of cheating anyway, right? Oh, it's coming up empty. Yeah, that might be why it's... Oh, there it is. It's right there. Captured std out call. Aniket, you're awesome. So for whatever reason, our view is not recognizing this. Did I misspell chords? I've done things like that in the past. So let's see if I have... No, it looks right to me. Let's try it one more time. Wow, that has got me stumped. It's got to be something really simple and fundamental. Yeah. All right. Let's take a break and look at the issue that that Cameron opened up. Look at that. And now what we'll do is so yeah, oops, I hit. Okay, awesome. So that will go out in the next update of Django Crash Course. So it's unfortunate that, so we have factories, test views, let's look at, see if there's something that we're doing here. Squads, cheese slugs. So we're generating the URL, which we're doing here, and this is what we do here. We make a request for our new object, which is there. Oh, have we created the chat? Yeah, because we're passing in the let's see if we've created it. So the chapter, we do have a chapter ID. And there's the URL that we've created. So chapter.book.id. Yeah, that's what I have. It's right there. The URL being generated is correct. But once we get into the view, chords is just not filled out. That is so weird. And we're calling as view, we're passing in the request. Can we do, that's not gonna have, the title says the truth. I'm not sure what you mean. Hey, AFSP18, that's an interesting question. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Do you mean the title for it, or something else? Yes, I worked for NASA from January 3rd, 2005 to April 1st, 2010. So I absolutely worked for NASA. It was an awesome time. And there are times I really, really miss it. When you're getting to work for the space program, it's I don't know, there's like this, it's like you're furthering humanity. And that's something I do miss. That while I've done some notable things and helped a lot of people over the years, working for a space program is another thing altogether. Oh yeah, let's do that. We'll try Stack Overflow to resolve this issue. Stack Overflow. But FSP, there's lots of people who I worked with who can back you up. If you need me to provide credentials, I can get you referrals from scientists at numerous NASA centers. Just let me know if you want that, and I'll start working on it. So let's see, Stack Overflow. Yeah. Well, you'll get there. NASA hires people who are beginners and advanced. The one thing, unless you are a specialist in a particular space-related field like rocketry, you can't get a job at NASA unless you're a US citizen. I don't make the rules. That's just how they are. But, lots of countries have their own space programs. So if you're not in the US, or if you're not a US citizen, I suggest you apply at your country's or your continent's space program. What could go wrong, right? Like, you might get a job at a space program. Stack Overflow, words not passed in request. Oh, wow, you're already ahead of me. Thank you, ASFP18 and Ralam10. So I do know some of the dark secrets of NASA, of stuff that it was doing, like that you might not know about. Like, these are really, really dark secrets. Would you like me to go over some of them? You might be a little bit disturbed, I will have to tell you. So I'm not, this one, Aniket, it's fine if you type in between. The only thing is we haven't updated yet. If you look at this, we're doing request.factory.get. We're not doing post. If we're doing a post, then maybe that would be the case. That's why this is so confusing. Okay, so I'll tell you a dark secret about NASA. Are you ready? So at NASA headquarters, they have a VIP restaurant in the top floor. It's a 5-floor building in Washington, D.C. And that alone is not public knowledge. But what's really incredible about it is that the space program's, executive restaurant has awful food. I ate there once. I was warned that it wasn't going to be good, and oh my god, was it so bad. Oh, it is the worst. So that's one dark secret. Another one is let's see, what's another good one? You're probably wanting to know one about aliens, so I'll give this one to you. Here's one. In the United States, if you are not a citizen, if you come in, you are an alien, and what that means is that people who do a lot of so NASA, when they do cleanup of like rooms and stuff like that in there, they hire companies to do that, and they're notorious for hiring undocumented workers, which is, I have no problem with people coming in that way, but these are aliens that they have working inside of NASA who aren't documented. So they're undocumented alien workers. Sorry. Okay, so at the end of the day, NASA is a bureaucracy. It's an organization. So there's little secrets like that all over the place. All right, so to get back to this, I still think we haven't gotten this working yet. Oh my god, I think Aniket just solved it. Let's see if that works. Oh, and it still doesn't like it, but let me clean this up a little bit. Just to make sure that we're doing things right. Pass arguments into Django request factory. Okay, so here they're using it. I could have. What views? Oh, maybe it's maybe I need to pass that as keyword arguments. Oh, look, I have a new error. Hold on. Let's clear this up a little bit. What's weird is I've done this so many times I've never. Yeah, so it's yeah, same thing. It's passing it in as a set of keyword arguments. Yay, it's in there. So we're capturing it, and it doesn't like the chapter. So we have to find the chapter that we're passing in. So someone asked me, Ralam, go ahead, ask whatever questions you want. AFSP 18, what programming languages do I know? The ones I know pretty well at this point are Python, JavaScript, and C#, which I use in Unity 3D. those are the languages that I use currently, but I got hired for NASA to do Java, and when I was there, I did a number of I was at NASA where I learned Python. So don't think that you need Java to join a space program. Okay, so no chapter matches a given query. So yes, we have a problem, or we have an error. So what I'm gonna do is, let's get rid of this. We'll go back to the old way of doing things. Maybe there's a reason why I did that, right? Uma, can you say hi?
Hi.
Did you see Uma? Okay, so we're getting the same error that it's giving us this error. That's fine. We can figure this out. So we have self.request.user, and it's raising HTTP 404, but we know that the book exists. Yes, hey Matharoni. For those of you who are new to the channel, Matharoni and I live kind of close together. He is my big brother in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and so he's really awesome. Everyone say hi to Matharoni. Okay, so at least we're getting our arguments passed in, so that's good. Why? So book creator is self.request.user, book ID. Where is this failing? Let's take a look. So I forget your, oh my goodness, thank you for spotting that. So Luz FCB, remind me, put the args in there. Let's see if that works. Still does not work. Okay, we can figure this out. We're really close. Okay, so let's see, we have, this is our error. So we're printing out this I want to just generate the result and see a little bit. So that is the name of our user. Let's see, and I want to print cheese. So we have see how many chapter objects we have, because from there we can. Well, welcome aboard, Cameron. So there's just one chapter. So let's see if it matches the arguments. So we're gonna do chapter equals chapter.objects get, and then okay, and now let's run our tests. And what I'm trying to do here is I'm printing out the ID of the book and the chapter and seeing if it matches what we have with our other stuff. So that's correct, that's correct, that's correct, that's correct. So then the question is So what's in the CRUDs, which is what we're looking at here, matches it matches what we have in here. So then the question is does Timothy Savage match? Oh no, he doesn't. Timothy Savage does not match the creator. I'll show you. Oh my goodness. So, or wait, he should. He doesn't. This is why, because we're passing in a user object. It should be, oh my gosh, it's so embarrassing. Chapter.creator. That's our user. Now it's going to work. Chapter.book.creator, because a book has a creator, a chapter has a book. Oh my god, that was it. So the issue was this, that we had, so now what we can do is, because we see that we have a building, let's see what happens if we try to print the success URL. Okay. So, okay, so that's not going to work. That's fine. Yeah, finally, right? It's finally working. So now that I have it working, I'm going to see if I can comment this out and go to the faster approach of this. Well, it looks like I might have to address some stuff in Django Crash Course. Okay. Alright, so let's test the result. What we're explicitly trying to test, I'm going to open. So we're explicitly trying to test is, it's not here, it is books.views. We're trying to test this get success URL. Let's see, what, I'm trying to remember, I've done this before. Response dot trying to remember how to I thought it was response.view, but I'm not seeing the view. Let's see if let's see, this is probably gonna blow up. Yeah, it's a template response object. It doesn't have a view. So I know that there is, because within a view, you can call the view. Set default streaming templates. Writable write. WSGI request. Done this before. So, Lowe's FCB says, why not self.model? What I'm trying to remember how to do is how to access views within. I'm trying to remember how to access, for example, get object. And if I just do, unless you're talking about doing, actually, specifically what I'm trying to test is get success URL, but we could do it with like book, which is a property, right? And so if I do this, oh, that didn't break. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Assert chapter book equals, let's see, that this is going to break. The question is, how is this going to break? Ah, okay. So now what I can do is I can do chapter book. So, okay, so the reason what's happening is this is returning not the instantiated cache property, but the cache property attached function on the class itself. So this isn't going to work. It's very similar to as if I did get object so sorry, the question was why Bobby's asking why directly use a model chapter inside get object instead of self.model. That's a good question. You mean like self.model? Just habit. I think either one works, right? Yeah, either one of them is gonna work. It's not breaking on this change I just made. It's breaking on other things. It's breaking on this line right here. So if I comment out this line, it's going to work. But if I leave it in, this, yeah, so it's looking for the instantiated object of the view. So let me see if I can figure out how to. So what I want to do is call get success URL. I think it might be in the response. So let's look for that. Cert contains. And the result of this is self.object.get update URL. So that's chapter.get. All right, let's see what we get for a response. Okay, so the update URL is in the response. So that's a little bit easier than figuring out all this other stuff. Whew, wow, this like took a long time to figure out some of these things. It's stuff like this that makes me like. So actually what we're looking for is success URL. So didn't we? So, but we're not testing this method. Hold on. Let's hold on there. Just give me a second. So, chapter form. Okay. So one way I could test it is so it's sending the data. Are we actually using that anywhere? Use success URL. You know what? I'm such a bonehead. This is what we do. Sometimes I like. So if we look at this, it's get success URL, right? So what we do is we change this to a post, right? And then PyTest Django assert contains So here are the assertions. Okay, so what we do is we're gonna bring in assert redirect. Pretty sure that's a Django thing. Yeah, assert redirect. Oh, redirects. Okay, so this is how it should work. So let's give it a try. Doesn't like it. Response code was 200. Why did it? Thank you. Yeah, I agree, Cameron. Sometimes there's interesting challenges, to say the least. So we aren't getting a redirect when we, and I've changed this to a post. Let's see what happens if we get rid of this, and we're gonna. Okay, so I think the issue here is that, let's see, quargs, and then data equals title large body I am. This is the body. Okay, and now we just pass it in like this. Oh wait, that's not gonna work. Hold on. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is add the posted data to the request factory when we call post. I think, isn't it like data? Okay, let's see. Test details, testing class-based views. Where is how to do a post? So I guess what we want to do is we stick all this in. Yeah. All right, so let's reverse. So these are the, we're gonna go, because we've conflated data with keyword arguments. So this should be keyword arguments. This is supposed to be data, not quarks. Okay, yeah, this is correct. All right. Perfect. So coverage, HTML. So now if we do the redirect, so this is like, you're probably thinking, oh, he should know all this already. I've figured this out before, I'm pretty sure, but it's easy to forget a lot of things. HTTP response has no attribute client. That's really not helpful. Let's see, assert. Let's see, redirect. So it's response, and it should have this. HTTP response redirect has no attribute client. Let's try it one more time. Let's make it a little bit clearer to see. Let's see, so we're posting the data, right? The URL has quarks, and this is accurate. And let's make this a little bit more explicit, like Cameron said. Huh. Has no attribute client. And it's all the way dug down there. Well, here we go. Let's Stack Overflow it. Or let's Google it. Oh my god, of course. Ugh. Let's see. PyTest client. So there are times when I actually like really prefer writing straight up Python code, and it's stuff like this that makes me want to do it. Is when you're playing with the oops, I just think I blew up my the layout of stuff. Hold on just 1 second while I straighten it out. There are times when working in the web gets really frustrating, and this honestly is one of them. Because this is a sort of thing where I promise you I have resolved in the past. And every time it comes up, I'm like, why do we have to do all these extra steps? And I understand that the web is can be a complex beast at times, but you know, I've been doing this for years and I can't remember all this stuff. And if people wonder why developers don't always write tests for, you know, back-end web stuff, it's this is why. Is you know, having to remember this stuff is not trivial. I mean, this is just for a single update form. Couldn't retrieve redirect page. Yep. So I need to pass in the client. So I'm doing this the wrong way. Or am I? But the thing is, Fabio, is I guess I can just, so what Fabio is saying is pass it in as a fixture. That's right, this isn't core Django, or this isn't the unit test framework. So and what we do is and then it's a matter of, but see, then the thing is like, how do I test the particular view? I guess I pass in the arguments. Stuff like this gets me really frustrated at times. Yeah, I know, it's a client fixture. It's just, let's see if I can do everything else the same way then. So then it becomes response. Actually, hold on, I'm going to comment this out so I don't lose what I've done thus far. Okay, so then it's response equals client.post and I guess I have to pass in all of the arguments. Does the client come with the user? So I think I can do like client.user equals chapter.book response equals client.post, and we're going to pass in our quargs after our URL. And then we can get rid of this, and then let's see if this works. Okay, we have a new failure. Yeah, so it doesn't think that we're authenticated. So let me see if we can figure out how to force that authentication, because I thought I did that here, and did not like that. And actually, I think this is why I wonder if I pass in okay, so let's see what happens here. Can I comment this out? Okay, so I think the user, we can keep the user the same thing. Maybe I missed it. Okay, so it wants me to do the client login. So client login, I need to have the username and the password. So I can use admin client that's already authenticated. We'll just do that to expedite things. As much as I want to, and I think this is what I tended to do in the past, is, so now I can do admin client, as much as I'd like to figure out every little detail. Okay, so can't find it because right now the chapter, so chapter dot creator equals admin client dot user, I think is what we can do. Okay, and then we can get rid of this user. So Cameron, that works great with unit test, but yeah, that's not what we're doing here. I think this is why you will see me use admin client, is because of this issue. I want to like have a better way to handle this. So let me see. So admin client instance of Django test client. And I'm gonna eat something really quick, just bear with me. Isn't there a way to pull out the user? Oh my goodness, this is it. All right, I got it. Client, user, watch this. And then we can force login with this. So what we do is we do client, but before we get there, we're gonna do client dot force login and then user. So we can get rid of this, and yeah. And the particular user in question, we're going to get rid of this user because we need the chapter creator. All right, so this is how we do it. I think this is it. I'm getting closer. Did I do chapter? Oh, thank you, Aniket. We're getting closer. So response to redirect. Why did you not redirect? Why would you not redirect? Wow. Let's do print response.content. Let's see what the content of this is. If we have to, we'll save it to our file system. Oh, I can't read that. Hold on. All right, so it is respond. The decode, I think, is it? Yeah. All right, let's try it again. Okay, so now if we go to test.html, so I have title and, oh no I don't. No I don't, because that's, see this? I'm passing in, okay, so I need to pass in data, this is the, this is the keyword arguments, that's the data. Okay. Oops, hold on. That's it, it passed. Awesome. Ooh, so easy, right? So watch, I'm gonna get rid of most of the comments so we can see where we're at. This is it. This is our what we've been fighting with for a while now, and that's okay. I mean, part of this is to explore and learn. I know I have fought through this before. It's part of what's frustrating, is that this is easy to forget, but this is something where we can put this in Django Crash Course, maybe even blog about it, like, because if you look at it, this is not, let me see if I can explain that. This is not that much code. But why this isn't front and center on the PyTest Django docs, I don't want to get negative, but boy is it easy to get negative right now about this, because that was like a lot of work. That was like, what, an hour of trying to figure it out. And, you know, well, yes, I can blog about it, I can shout my voice to trumpet, I can write books about it. I have written books about stuff like this, but this is the kind of stuff that was part of the inception of 2 Scoops of Django, is accounting for things like this. So I'm gonna just realized my stream is acting a little bit funny. See if I can move things around a little bit. There we go. All right, so let's run the full test command. Oh, it's breaking on something else, which I'll look into. So coverage, HTML, and so now we're looking at 68% test coverage. Okay. Let's keep at it. So update chapter. Let's go into what update chapter is, because that, actually, let me commit my work, because I don't want to, I don't know why my mouse is like starting to fight me. Okay, so I didn't mean to hold on. I don't want to add my workspace to I want to add my workspace to the git ignore. Okay, so now if we look at this, we can see that there's a bunch of things that have changed. I want to what's the command to get reset head, because I don't want to add this file. Okay, so git status. Okay, so git increase test coverage. Oh, did I just add? I just added test dot. Okay. Nuke test file. Thank you for spotting that. All right, so AFSP 18. How do you get better at coding? You can study, and that's really important. But really, the most important thing you need to do is practice, practice, practice. I believe that coding is a talent that you are born to it or you are not. I know some people will take issue with it. I think a lot more people have a talent at programming than they realize. That it's not as it's not common, but it is something that a good number of people have. The thing is you never get good at anything. Well, there's a few exceptions here and there, but for most things that you learn how to do, you're good at them because you have practice. If you are good at playing video games, it's because you've played video games a lot. If you're good at playing a musical instrument or singing or dancing or martial arts, you're good at it because you have added to that, you've used that talent as a base and then built on it with practice. And so your movements become more economical and better over time. If you don't practice, you just can't get good. Cameron is advising pair programming. A lot of people advise that. If you can find a partner, that can be great. If you can't, that's okay too. You don't need a mentor to get better. So let me see your question there, Rassam. Oh, route. Oh, I missed that question. I just went up. So Ralam, oh, hold on. I'm having trouble seeing on my screen. Ralam is struggling with roots. They said since he can't root with front end, but as well as back end, how should I manage roots? So part of the reason why I am, thank you, yourself. Part of the reason why I am doing this project without Vue.js or React is because, man, dealing with those things and the front end with Django is a pain. There's no other way to put it. And now that said, I've had the same problem with other backend frameworks. So, I mean, I've used backend frameworks quite a bit, especially Vue.js. So I've used front-end frameworks like Vue.js with Django and lots of other tools, but I don't know, it's always kind of a pain to work with it because basically it's turning a front-end app into a client app, and anytime you're dealing with an API like that, it adds complexity. So that's part of why I've been enjoying going back to using server-side routing. Now that said, if you have a particular question, then do you have something on like Stack Overflow or some other place where we can look at it with a little bit more clarity and make sure that we understand the question that you're asking? Because we wouldn't mind helping you. Okay, so Well, so Roland, like you need to give us if you give us like a more clear example of the challenges that you're facing, we can absolutely look into it and might be able to help you. I can't make a definitive promise. That would be irresponsible, but I'd love to look at the challenges that you're facing and help you resolve them. So will you put that together and give us the foundation we need to answer that? I'm going to go over update chapter. This function really quickly. This is a function that is called actually inside our chapter API view, and here, I'm going to get rid of this because this isn't needed. So this is an asynchronous view, and I created it as an API view that serves out simple JSON responses. In hindsight, what I should have done is have it return HTML responses, so that way it's more old school, which is kind of what I'm going for with this project. Okay, so Relam just fleshes question out. It is not a concrete question. For example, I'm creating routes on navigation menu at the moment. Hold on, let me put this in a more clear location. A simple menu, and I didn't know if I should route that navigation menu with Vue, vanilla, HTML, or so what? Didn't know if you should leave it to backend, and Cameron just is saying, and this is true, that on Stack Overflow and any number of groups, there are people who will, to show off how smart they are, they will discourage you. They will ask you, why are you doing things this way? And I can promise you that I try not to do that. I really, really do. And I think people who, most of my friends are like that too. So Relam, for starters, we're not going to get on you for asking a question. The only bad question you can ask is a question that you don't ask. So, Relam, it sounds to me like you're pretty new to Django, and maybe front end, just web development in general, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. We all start somewhere. What I suggest you do is you reduce things down to their simplest components that you can do to make them work. If that means using vanilla HTML with vanilla JavaScript, or Alpine JS, which is basically like Vue but without all the heavy stuff, and if that's easy for you, you can get it working, then get that working. You don't need to learn Django REST framework. You don't, in fact, well, at the moment, the jobs are leaning towards, we want people who know React or Vue. I think that's about to change. I think we're seeing a return to a different style of building things, and even if we aren't, it's better to start with a less complex effort than it is having a fancy front end powered by React and Vue.js that looks identical to things that aren't using it. And that's the whole point of Writernaut is, if I show you, I don't know what is wrong with my mouse at the moment. Actually, I think I do know. I think I need to re-plug in the connector because it just got pushed off. Hold on. Okay, much better. I can use my mouse now. Now, if I go to chapter, ignore this whole thing with this part. So if I go here and I change this, do you see how this changed and this changed? That was not done with React or Vue. That is done with vanilla JavaScript in regular Django templates. if you learn vanilla JavaScript is not the way it was 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. It is a completely different animal, and I can do things in vanilla JavaScript. So if I have an array of like 1, 2, 3, right? Like I'm about to show you something that we could not do in JavaScript. Just I think this is it. Oh, hold on. I can do this. I really can. Give me 1 second. I think this is it. Oh. Okay. I'm trying to show you, and this is like really not obeying me at the moment. So the thing is there a single application? Boom. Yeah, sure. I'm not gonna deny that, and it's popular, and there's tricks you can do with React Native and stuff like that. The thing is, Relum, is that if you want to learn React and Vue, then don't worry about the Django part of it right now. Just use those tools with Firebase or whatever thing makes it easier to learn that. And the same thing for Django, just use it with the templates. Once you get the hang of both and you feel that you're comfortable, and I'd focus on one or the other, then start looking into how to combine them. But if you're trying to learn Django and Vue, which is my preference, and learning Vue state and how to do authentication, and also Django REST framework, which is a whole beast in itself, like you're never going to get anything done. And there are some pretty strong arguments that are such that that Vue.js is Vue.js and React, that single page apps aren't faster. They bring in a lot of JavaScript, like 60 or 70K at least of JavaScript, and then they have to parse the DOM. Like there's actually a lot of heavy lifting. And yes, once everything's loaded, it can run faster, but it doesn't necessarily move faster. So, I would just get really good with Django and HTML and native JavaScript. And if you really want to do like something like Vue, if you want to learn some patterns there, use Alpine.js for the time being, which I started to use on this project, but I haven't had a chance to really dig in. And just solidify your game with Django, if that's what you want to do. And then once, at some point, if you need to learn Django REST framework or Graphene Django, or other clients, that's other SDKs. So I hope that helps give you an answer. Okay, so all right, so getting back to this, so the chapter API view, because I went off on not a tangent, but we hopefully gave Relum some guidance that he can follow through on. So update chapter is a function where it takes a HTTP request and a chapter ID, and it updates it. It takes gets the chapter. That's what this get object 404 is. It gets the data coming in from the HTTP request, and then if the data includes the title and the body, it changes those and it saves it. And we call it asynchronously. So when I make a change, and let's see if I go here, okay, and you can see that if I refresh the page, you can see there's a favicon, there's some Django debug toolbar. Oh, and here's the page that's loaded. Well, if I make a change, you can see that you can see a bunch of puts coming onto the screen. Let's make a change. There's all these puts happening, and that's because in the template itself, I wrote some JavaScript that as I make inputs, it does a put HTTP put that is then picked up here. The put calls update chapter, passes in the request and the primary key of the chapter, and then does sync to async. Now, what it's not doing right now is any form validation, but that's we'll get there. Because when I wrote this, I was still noodling through some of the things we could do with async. So that's wrapped up in this function called desync to async, which is imported from the ASCII ref library, which is written by Andrew Godwin, and it's part of async views and channels. It's like the core foundation. It's the ASCII reference library. So this runs it, converts it to an asynchronous function. And then I wrote this async view mixin that you can see is, where is it? Chapter update view. It's passed in, so that also is another flag that it's async. So this is an asynchronous view. This is happening entirely asynchronously. Now, I'm not using channels. I could use channels for this, where I will use channels at some point. Excuse me. I could convert this to a WebSocket using channels. Probably won't, or I may do it at some point. But where I will use Django channels for is at some point to notify the user that they've been saved, or the record's been saved. But this update chapter function is what I want to test. Unfortunately, because this is really straightforward. Writing this is going to be so easy, the test for this. So let's get into writing that test. Let's close some of this. We don't need any of these things. Actually, I'm lost. Okay, so here's my update chapter, and then test views. It's funny, I was like thinking today I was gonna be like, no one will want me to write tests, and everybody's like, write tests. Okay, so we're gonna do def test. And what's beautiful about Andrew's approach is that to write this, or to basically work with this async views is so simple. It's such an elegant approach. So I need to import the update chapter function. So we're going to do that. And then come down to the bottom. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass in a request and a chapter primary key. So now what we don't have is a request object, HTTP request object, and I could write that. I could like mock out HTTP object, but what I could do is do fake request pass, right? And then you guys are gonna find this really funny. There's some libraries where I really had fun with this. Let's see, and then from here I'm gonna do result equals update chapter, and then what do we need to put in? Oh, hold on, I want to do def knit microphones kind of in my way. Self, title, body, and then actually let's make this a bunch class. Normally bunch classes are evil, or they're problematic, but self predict dot update chords. I think I can just do chords, and then I can do request equals fake request hold on. And we're gonna do title equals fake title, body equals fake body, and then we have my microphone is making it hard for me to see my keyboard. Title, body, and then I'm gonna stick in my fake request, and then I'll walk you through it once I get it. Okay, so now if I run assertion, and I don't even think I need, oh, this doesn't even have a result, so we're just gonna do chapter.refresh from db, so assert chapter.title equals title, body equals body. Okay. Now let's run our test. Oops, hold on. These are equal signs. Okay, let's try it again. So Cameron jumped on Roland for using MySQL. I think it's fun. I think MySQL is fine. It's come a long way. And while I do prefer Postgres, if someone is advancing into Django or other tools with understanding of MySQL, the jump from MySQL to Postgres isn't hard. Now, if you're trying to switch a project from one database to another, it can get really painful. So I used to be critical of people who are who did tools that I didn't like, and I see now it's a bit of a mistake on my part. So title and then body. Okay, let's try it one more time. Oh, here's another thing I need to do. So the fake request, we're going to pass in a user equals chapter okay, now we're going to run it again. So chapter is no, yeah, it should. Oh, wait, you guys are about to hit me with this. You're gonna say do chapter.book.creator. Yes, so we have a problem, and that's fine. Where is our problem? Our problem is that this is expecting it wants this to be, oh, so I have to do a little bit more work to make this happen. Okay, so request has a body. I can't just use a bunch class. Hold on. So I've got title, body, user. So we're gonna do self.user equals user, and then we're gonna do self.body title, and then body. Let's see what happens. Or I think, do I need to? Okay, so this should work. Let's see what happens. So basically, I need to move this up. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, I did it again. I forgot to. Okay, so now I need to do import the JSON library. Okay, and okay, let's try it now. My mouse is giving me grief again. Okay, so pass. So let me explain what I did. Okay, so you can see. Oops, I lost my terminals. Okay, so I'm going to explain what I did. So first I set a fake title and fake body. Then I create a fake request. This initializes with the user record, and then also creates a body. Okay. Then I use the fake request class to generate a fake request object, and then I update the chapter, which is the function that we have, and I pass in the fake request rather than figure out a whole HTTP request thing. The nice thing about not including all the machinery for Django is it also means this is much more of a unit task rather than an integration task. And finally, then I refresh the chapter from the database, because otherwise the changes here won't be reflected in the chapter. And then I do my assertions. And the result is we have increased our test coverage. So now if I refresh this, we can see that this is looking nicer. Hold on for just a second. I'm going to eat for a minute. I'm going to have crunchy food, so I'm going to turn the volume down for just a second. But I'm not going to leave you. Okay, I'm back. All right, so that's good. It's guacamole and blue corn chips, and the guacamole is homemade. It's a nice thing about living in California. You get really good avocados. Either from here, they're either grown in Southern California or grown in Baja California, Mexico. Okay, so where were we? So wow, we have a bunch more views to do. I think for starters, this chapter detail view I want to change. Let's knock this out really fast. Is this chapter detail view even used? It is not even being used, so we're just going to comment it out. And then okay, let's check our code coverage. So we're up to 93%. So we're definitely looking better. I still don't know how to test this. That is going to be an interesting puzzle to solve. Let's see, which one can we do quickly? There's book update view, and let's do book update view because we have code right now that will let us resolve it, because I can grab a bunch of it from here. Okay, so we're gonna pass in a book, and then okay, and we have, don't know the URL for that, so let's look that up. So we have, where's our, oh, my mouse is, maybe I need to get a new mouse. I swear it's one thing or another. Here we go. So book update view. So it's book update. Books update. We have title. We'll leave it at title for now, and then okay, so let's start going through these. So we have this get success URL, and I think that our current assertion, I'm having to switch how I do this a little bit. Test get success URL. All right, let's give this a try. Hey, I have a question. Excuse me. If you anyone know how to hotkey between the code right here and the terminal in VS Code? That is something I don't know how to do, and it's driving me nuts. Let's see, selection, how do you do that? Well, if anyone knows how to do that, I'd love to learn. So it has no get update URL, so that's because we're not using a we have to switch to using a book instead of a chapter there. And let's see what error we got. So response was, all right, so let's look at our models. So the fields that are required, so it's title, description, I think that's what we have. And maybe I also need to modify the title or the description. Best Django, best author ever. Okay, see if that fixes it. Okay, so it passes, and let's see what we have. So, so I thought that get success URL would be, let's see, VS Code hotkeys. See if we can figure this out, because this is one that's just driving me nuts. Basic editing, terminal. Integrated terminal. So it doesn't say, let's see, navigation. Oh, it doesn't, the navigation doesn't have it. Oh my god, that is unfortunate. Yeah, if anyone knows how to do that, that would be awesome. Because that is one that should explore. Alright. So I don't know why this field didn't show itself. Posts. Let's try get. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of this because what we're doing is we're yeah, I've tried it. If I navigate with files, I just come around in a circle. See? Like I don't actually go anywhere. Pretty kind of daunting in a way. Especially when your mouse starts like breaking, stops working. Okay, so now if I refresh, why is this not, is this the same book update view? Am I looking at the right view? Book update view, and then if I go to, let's go to the URLs. So I'm looking at books update. So I'm clearly looking at it, and so weird. Okay, so that should be in there too. And it's just not updating this. I don't understand because I know that the object is being displayed. Huh. That's a little bit frustrating. Am I in the right chapter? I guess is the question I should ask myself. So what I'm looking for now is how to jump to the terminal. It doesn't say. Wow. Now I'm looking up the use the up arrow, the back tick, or the alt with back tick to get there. Ah, okay. I think I can do it now. Alright, so let's try it. Nope, that was not it. Wow, I thought that was gonna be the answer, is use the function. Oh, look at that. That's it. So I use control backtick. That's it. Okay. Um, all right. So that's going to be really helpful. So let's go back to our test. So if we go to our test, and if I run it, now what should be happening is, because it's able to find this first chapter item, so that should mean that we're testing chapters, and yet it's not showing up. Is there more than one book update view that in there? Maybe. No, it's just the one. Huh. But by the way, thank you, Cameron. I learned something today. Or another thing today. That's really good. So this is not showing a successful book update. If we look at this, it is... Yeah, I don't know. Let's make a very explicit reverse. Books, update, orgs. And if I go to terminal and I run our tests, and then as soon as that's done, I refresh, and the success URL hasn't changed in color. What the? Oh my god, I know why. Oh, I'm such a bonehead. Because I didn't do that. I didn't run coverage HTML. I was just running the tests. Well, now we know all these things work, so that's good. So let's check our current test coverage. We're at 88% here. We're gonna go book detail view. Is a book detail view being used? No. So we're just gonna comment it out until it's time to come with the book detail view. Oh, the one thing we learned is that in Django, don't use fetching async data to report your main data using async functions. That if you're doing get object or 404 with the async function, you're gonna have problems because the data is gonna come after your template is rendered, which means the data isn't gonna show up on the page. So lesson learned: get data synchronously for display. I mean, there's exceptions to that, like if you're hitting a third-party API, but if you're trying to access your main database, doing it synchronously inside of templates is the way to go. Yeah, so all right, so let's run our code once more. Okay, and now all that remains for this is the chapter API view, which is a critical part of the book. I'm going to get rid of the simple book update view. We don't need that anymore. Like that was me testing out some stuff. Exactly. Cameron summarized it better than I could. Okay, so chapter API view, it has two functions in it. Post, which is for when we're creating a new chapter, and put, which is when we're updating a chapter. So let's go ahead and test that. So we're gonna for the post, we're going to take in a client. It's basically going to look a lot like the update view. So I'm just gonna bring most of that right already in. Okay, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, come on. I should just use my hotkeys and work. So I'm gonna switch to doing hotkeys. So, yes. So here, you can get rid of URLs. So we get the data that's coming in, which is there any data? Where's the data used? Oh, well, we have the book ID. So that's it. So we can actually, where's our fake request? Here we go. We can copy a bunch of this. There we go. So we're gonna copy that instead. Let me just make sure we're using the right one. What else? So I wanted a chapter. With us, we're gonna want a client and a book. So we have a and if we look at the view, it's looking for a book ID. You know, it's a little bit easier to see this book ID. This is what we're looking for. So it's a little bit easier doing this without the mouse. I was using the mouse because I was just jittery because, yeah. So we have book ID equals book.id, and we have creator. All right, so so we now have a fake request, and we're gonna do book, and then, but before we do that, we're gonna say current chapter count equals book dot chapter set dot count, so we get the total count, and then actually we this isn't, I made a mistake. I don't know what I was thinking. Hold on. I need to do things this way. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, so we get we have the book ID, and for the URLs, we do need that. So here's the chapter API view. This is the one that we want. This is going off of the, that's so weird. Put the library stuck in the middle there. Okay, so so what we want to do is we want to this right here is, I think, for, where is that being called? Oh, I see. So this is really confusing and probably a problem, because this is probably being called the same way, except for one has precedence and the other one doesn't. I'm not going to worry about that now. I'm going to get tests working, and then I'm going to fix the fact that I have a dupe in my routes. So, all right, so our reverse is going to be chapters API with no chords, because we're creating the record, and then we're gonna force the login, and then we have the data being passed in is the book ID. So we do actually need data equals okay, so we start with the current chapter count. Oh, that's pretty obvious. Build the request and response. Get pre-existing. Oh, this is, now that I'm less jittery, it was a little bit jittery when I started. Just doing this off of hotkeys is certainly a lot better than what I had it. Just for those of you who haven't been on here since the beginning, by all means ask whatever questions you want to ask. I love getting questions. To me, the only stupid question is the unasked question. Okay, so we have the pre-existing count. We have here's where we post. We're gonna refresh the book. We may not need to do this, honestly. We might be able to get away with check new chapter count. So what we should get, because we just if we do a post against the chapter API, that what that means is we should get book.chapter book.chapter set.count plus 1 equals the current chapter count. So that's because this should have created that new chapter. So let's see how that works. We're gonna hotkey. I love being able to hotkey down here, especially since my computer's been there. My mouse is acting up a little bit. So all right, so I'm gonna run the test. Okay, so we have a failure, and here I think I'm going to be using my touchpad. So this is, I think that's because if we look at this, it's expecting it to be loaded to JSON. So Django test client send JSON. And this should be really trivial. And I'm gonna. So I can just do JSON.dump_s and then application.content. Okay. So and then content type, there we go, another error. That's okay. We're gonna take a look and see what we have as an error. That doesn't, I see what the problem is, because so if you look here, I put, this is the current, which starts off as it's just had a 1 added to, then I add 1. Really, this should be over here. Okay. We're gonna run our tests again. And we're gonna get to a nicer, cleaner screen. Look at that. So we now have a past, And look how clean and pretty that is. So now all we need is this put. So I will handle that right now. And this is the fun one because it's going to be asynchronous. I don't think Django, like the test harness, will care, but I have been wrong in the past. So I'm just gonna paste that in, and this one is where we have an existing chapter and we want to make a change to it. So we get pre-existing text, current text equals Danny is great. Okay, and then we'll use my formal name because, yeah, so Daniel is great. And then now we just need orgs equals pk, and now we have, so what we want to do is pass in a chapter. Okay, so this is now, okay, so the data coming in, if we look at the views, it is, this is back up to this, it's going to want at least the title. So we'll just deal with the title. Actually, so current title equals chapter.title. And then, now when we pass in the new title, Daniel is great. Okay, so basically we're getting the current title, we get the URL, we force login, we get the data, and then we don't post, we're doing a put, because in REST, put is when you change stuff. Okay, so now we're going to change, and then our chapter dot refresh from DB, because we have to do that. We have to do that so we get the new title that's being added here, and then now we can do chapter.title equals Daniel is great. Okay, and actually I don't need this because I know it's not going to match what I had before. It's going to be some random, actually I will keep it, and I'll do assert, and the first thing we're going to do is do assert chapter dot title. You can probably hear my daughter in the background. Daniel is great. Oh, AFSP 18. I will be streaming on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 10 a.m. Pacific time to 2 p.m. Pacific time. I believe that's 5 p.m. UTC to 9 p.m. UTC, but I could be getting my date math off. I will also be streaming periodically in other times whenever the mood suits me, when my daughter is napping, or I just have some free time, or I'm doing research. I did some research last night that I should have streamed. Okay, so up here, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to make sure that the current existing text does not match Daniel's great. Then we're going to save that Daniel's great to the record. We're going to refresh the chapter, and then we're going to check the chapter. So let's see how that works. Whoops. Oh no, something blew up. Let's take a look. Function object has no object called creator. Let's see, where did that happen? So, because we are working off a chapter. My schedule is on my channel. I think I've updated it, and the topics are going to change. For now, I'm doing Django and working on Writernaut, but at some point I'd love to stream when I can get back to working on games, some game development using Unity 3D. And there's also there's an e-commerce project that we're considering building at my company in addition to this, because this is going to be a paid project. So did that work? Oh, it passed. So coverage, HTML. She's probably wanting for me to, well, I mean, if you're a parent, then you know that she probably wants to play. And she's not in daycare right now, so Audrey and I take turns watching her. So it's probably coming up on my time to watch her soon. I'm gonna see if I can sneak in a little bit more work first. She's playing happily by herself right now. So, alright. So I'm gonna commit my work, finish testing most of the views. And we're posting it up. Okay. And then what else do we have to do? If you haven't done so yet, go ahead and you can click the heart button or the follow button, because that it does this nice chime that actually is kind of scary, and you see a zombie walking across the screen. By all means, go ahead and give it a try, and you'll see the zombie. And it's the default Twitch zombie. It'd be nice to have our own Daniel Feldroy zombie. Like maybe I can dress up like a zombie, and I have this green screen cloth, and I could dress up like a zombie and then walk in front of it and have that be the animation. So if I get to 250 followers, I will do a dance. And I think the best thing I could do to get followers on Twitch is to do that. So right now, so there's this right here. I have no idea how to resolve that. And I also have this thing within the book admin. I could do a BJJ move, and I have the dummy. I could have Audrey film me like doing something. Jingu spent a bunch of time teaching us Heisengard, so I like that one a lot. I thought I invented the omoplata, and then I was so proud of myself. I was like, no, that's an omoplata. So Jingu, for those, I know it's a little bit of a tangent, but Jingu is Matharoni and I's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu teacher here in Los Angeles. Also, I should let you know that Los Angeles is everything that you imagine it can be. If you have this fantastical thought of how Los Angeles is, that is exactly how Los Angeles is. You know what I'm gonna do? Because I think I have a few minutes. I'm gonna try and do resolve this async view. Let's see if I can figure out a test case for it. Right, like test async view. Because one of the points of mixins like that is that you're supposed to be able to test them more easily, because they're simple. Like this is just a simple class. So let's do like I don't even have to set up a request factory. I can't because it's not a Django view. So uh, so I think it is isn't it like oh no, I don't want to. Well, is class, is that a key? Oh, that's, I think that's a keyword. Let's do class equals, and then let's print the result of the class. Okay. Back to so let's check the output. I'm not sure what just happened. What just happened? It's almost like did that test anything? What happens if I comment this out? So this, it is a functioning test. That's what I just did is, you know, what happens if I do this? Oops. So let's do assert class equals, so I think that's none. Because it's returning this. Well, let's see what it returns. Okay, good. So we forced an error. So it's a coroutine. Let me think for a second. If that's a coroutine and we just called it, so there's a coroutine object. I think what we need to do is assert type class is none. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to figure out what the type is, and then because like we know it's a coroutine, which is exactly what we want. I just want to have the type defined so that way we can say, yeah, this is a Python type. So I want to determine. So it's a, what I'm trying to do is test that it is a coroutine object. Is that some, because see how that's the class? Huh. So there's this generated mark. wonder. I don't. Let's see if this will work. So from async IO import. This isn't really what I think is. Hey, I'll be really surprised if this works. So assert type is a coroutine. I don't think this is going to work. I can't see how this will work. Because this is a decorator function. Yeah, it broke. Yeah, I'm not really sure, but that is a what we can do though is let's get some more information from this. That's what we're trying to do. And it's not going to std out, which is a problem. So this is a fun little challenge because I've been wondering about it for a little bit. Like, how do you test? So await. Aha, look. Assert await in so what we're doing is we're asserting that there's an await. That means that this is a and there's probably a better way to do this, to identify this. And so that way, but this, if there's an await in this class that is rendered by this call right here, then that means that this is absolutely a coroutine, which is what is, and we'll get our test coverage up. Let's see. But did not like that. Oh, it doesn't have that. So let's do, we're going to be a little bit tricky. Assert get actor I'll tell you what, we'll do. Oh wait. Oh, has actor. Why am I has actor, and then we're gonna do class, and then await. So basically, if the class has this await, then that means that it is what we want. It is a coroutine. Yes. And now coverage, HTML, and now if I return to our test coverage, I thought I just tested this. Okay, let's run it again. Let's see. I'm missing something. Am I just not remembering how this function works? Yeah, so I have this instantiates it, and then this calls it, It is the call that calls this. So all right, we'll try it one more time, and then we can do it. So, Cameron, yeah, I'm curious about Elixir and Phoenix. Um, I have a friend who really likes Phoenix, and I'd be like, wow, I can build. Sounds perfect for building a mass multiplayer online game. All right, so this didn't work, but our test coverage right now is really high. I'm really happy about it. Um, Before I write this test, I actually want to write the chapter order code on the front end, so I'm gonna hold off on that. In the meantime, it is after 2 p.m. my time, which is when I was planning to leave. But thank you everyone for coming. Please follow. That's the heart button. If I get to 250, I will do a BJJ zombie move, and I'll work it out with Matharoni, and we'll be next time we'll be digging into using asynchronous view to build the book, and by building it, it means getting it ready for publication, which the build process can take minutes, so it's not something that we can do in the main thread of Django. So hence the need for it in this project. And next time, by all means, please come. When you come, ask questions. And I love getting any and all sorts of questions. And by then, the green screen will be set up, so you'll get to see not just me, but my daughter as well. So everyone, have a great rest of the day, and go out there and code.